Mortal fool! They defiled this land, and themselves with it. Mortal fool! Blood for blood! Nature's punishment! Begone, foul creature! Down you'll go! Nature's fury! Bones that should have fed the land, and not one's been laid to rest. Mortal fool! Balance restored! Nature's fury! Never met a necromancer worth sparing. Nature's fury. Let's finish this! Down you'll go. your punishment.
Darkok.
put these to better use than the blighted necromancer ever did. Wretched animal! Nature takes what's old. Down you go. End of the line! That'll do.
These times. Stay in sight. What?
All right, of course. Young one.
Stay in sight.
Nature's fury! Nature's fury! Wilds take you! Mortal fool! Nature's fury! Mortal fool! Nature's punishment! takes what's owed. Eruption! Wretched animal! Nature's fury. Blood for blood! To believe the Vastiri once bloomed with life and color. Nature takes what's owed. power awaits within.
Eruption! Rest dead! Nature's punishment! Misshapen filth!
Once a city, now a graveyard.
By primal will! Lousy vermin! nonsense is this? Reaping pest!
The Countess... We must reach Desha.
Never too old to start afresh.
Ash and Rowan!
I'm home. Nitrile gloves, an old IKEA table, and a bag of Nugget electronics that we don't even know if they work or if they've still got stuff on them. That is the mission of the Nugget Lucky Dip, and we got to start off with a phone. Kind of sets the mood for the whole dip. Does it work? And does it have nude photos on it like that last time? And yes, every Nokia you're going to be seeing, I have found a verified Where's the working bet? Hey! Right. These are all working, right? I have working Nokias from how many dips I've done, and they charge these for me. Good enough! If you're gonna add this curly dude, we want success. Okay, this is normal for nugget dips. That's alright, that's very on point. Ooh! That's a genuine Thompson. We've all been to the Thompson store in a big local city near you, right? Is that the serial number? It is the serial number. It's got a little divot for it and everything. Why would you put the lock switch there? I mean, it's got one at least. And, whoa, mini USB. This is an ancient one. Or a more recent super low tier one. All right, watch out, everyone. We're arming that nug. Arming that nug coming up. Bing bong. Oh, yeah, we got one. Yes. Wow, second nug in. We've already got one turning on. Well, I mean, it's got plenty of time to let me down. You let me down? Hello, Mr. Thompson. Uh-oh. Oh, don't. Don't tease like that. Bruh. Mate, we saw Thompson. Come on. The screen's getting brighter, that's nice. And then nothingness. Oh no. We have to bust out the EPC. This is not a bit. I hate the EPC. Can't trust anything with that many E's in it. Oh, my eggs. My dog trio. It's caught on my grid. Oh, Thompson. Get in there, buddy. Come on. The iffy. Wait, I-Fi? Ooh. Oh, my Thompson! There's Thompson! Voice record, right? Okay. Oh, that's a good-looking one. I don't know if you... hang on. I don't know if you're hearing that, but it's literally a 1 kilohertz tone going... Bah! I was a bit flat there, sorry. I know what I need to do.
Power on. Auxiliary mode.
Now we can hear it. Very good. Voice record. Oh, there's never voice recordings. So sad. FM record? Oh, no one's recorded the radio. Okay, here we go. Music. Oh! Alice Cooper. It's got Welcome to My Nightmare. Best of Alice Cooper. Well, okay. Well, has it got Steven? Boo! Never has Steven. I think this is like one of the greatest selling things of all time, is the very best of the Eagles. Nickelback! Yes! I gotta talk over it because copyright, but yeah, that's Nickelback. Oh, I love nugget dips. Ew, you like the monkeys? That's a Simpsons reference. All right, so when were these put on here? 2012? I mean, 02? Oh, wow, what? That could be this machine. What date does it think it is? Okay, this device thinks it's in 2002. Okay, that's the EPC corrupting everything. ELO, you watch it be the best of? Of course. Mr. Blue Sky, It's all the same date. On a Tuesday, in the middle of the day, someone was having a big Thompson session. Well, wasn't that tolerable? Wow, down the screen, she was gone. But in the EPC, it would actually communicate. See, that's the nugget bond. It would only talk to another nugget. Hey, good start. We got some Nickelback. Getting dangerous, right? We're doing MP3 phone, Nickelback nudes. So never recovered from that, the other Nokia. Wow, look at this screen. This thing's had a party and a half or something. That's just so benign. How great, it has a camera. 2 megapixels. Now, I have put a decent back in it. Yeah. Okay. I mean, good. We want... No. What? This was a charging standard. Yay. Yeah, of course I'm not putting a SIM card in this, you goober. Early color screen devices. What a vibe. It thinks it's 2010. There's no wallpaper. Oh, no. It's fish. I mean, contacts. Oh, dear. Yep, it's full of them. We can speak to Gary and Heather and John and Laura and Lynn and Michelle and Mick and the local RSL club and Raymond and Robin and Sandra and Sue from the op shop, Vermont, Zoe. This is a horrifying thing. People just chuck this into e-waste thinking, bah, no one's ever going to go through that. And then someone like me comes along and goes through that. Don't have messages. Don't be full of, okay, there's 6. Yeah, can't show those. They're people's messages. Oh, don't. Ooh, Yahoo Mail. Yahoo Mail's so bad. Gallery. Is there a memory card in this? 400 kilobytes of images. That could either be 1 image or 1 billion. It's 1 billion. Oh, I'm looking at the owner of the phone. She's very pretty. The stink is this? Oh, it's a funny. It's a 2009 funny. This is what funnies were back then. Oh, sad times. Gosh, now you look at the 4K mess you can doom scroll endlessly versus what it used to be. Oh man, this thing has a headphone jack. It's so advanced. Okay, this is the most supermarket commercial music I've ever heard. Get on down to food place where there's food, and now we're selling food at a lower price despite the price going up all the time. Oh, okay. It's someone's childhood. Now this is a supermarket commercial song.
Well, welcome back to Paul's Tech News. On paper, the premise of this series is simple. Recap the tech news each week with the focus on items related to desktop PC hardware. Toss in a handful of jokes if they occur to me, and profit, I suppose. Cheers, by the way. Still not quite sure how that last part is supposed to work. In practice, though, particularly in recent months, challenges abound, and the greatest challenge is overcoming fatigue, which is, of course, brought on by high prices and shortages due to AI demand. I sense this fatigue in myself because, yes, I do get tired of repeating the phrase high prices and shortages due to AI demand ad nauseum, but I also see it in viewers whose comments dwell on the dismal state of our hobby, or alternatively, I see it in the lack of viewers who previously frequented my and many other PC hardware channels. Many have simply checked out entirely, presumably waiting for things to get better before risking a renewed relationship with the unstable and often abusive world of PC hardware. And therein lies the darkest possibility of the current landscape. Maybe things never will get better. But let us at least console each other with a virtual hug. Here, there you go. Because I do find some relief in these intro bits that I write up to try to gain some perspective on things and put you all at ease if I can. It is just PC hardware after all, and life will go on whether a 32GB DDR5 RAM kit is available for less than $100 ever again or not. And until we know that for sure, we shall proceed with the weekly recap of the tech news. Today's video is brought to you by Thermaltake's Wood Series cases, adding a touch of warmth and style to a variety of existing chassis designs, such as the TR200WS, seen here in the white snow finish, showcasing light-colored wood-textured accents while maintaining the TR200's core features, such as easily removable side and top panels, magnetic dust filters, and support for an optional 6-inch LCD screen. Black cases like the TR300WS are paired with darker maple-inspired accents for a warm and stylish aesthetic, and of course the case still includes a tempered glass side panel, excellent airflow, and support for 360mm radiators for AIO or custom cooling. Thermaltake's WS chassis lineup includes other cases from the View series and more, so for further details click the Thermaltake Wood Series sponsor link in the video description. The Steam Machine is back in the news this week thanks to Valve doing what a lot of people said they should do in light of DRAM shortages. Launch the Steam controller first, since it doesn't need a bunch of DRAM and is therefore less impacted. The embargo for Steam controller reviews lifted Monday morning at 10 a.m. Pacific time, though many were tipped off by reviewer Techie Talk posting their video 2 days early, so some details like the $100 price and May 4th 10 a.m. Pacific time launch date were revealed a bit sooner than Valve intended. Still, the overall response seems quite positive, with much praise given to the intuitive dual trackpads for mouse emulation and scrolling, the simple plug-and-play experience with the included puck dongle that also magnetically attaches for charging, really good response time as long as you're not using Bluetooth, which was one of the most interesting parts of the Gamers Nexus review, as well as the introduction of TMR, or Tunnel Magnetoresistance thumbsticks, as opposed to Hall effect or potentiometer. TMR sticks should be able to maintain low voltage precision similar to potentiometers without wearing out due to no contact magnetic sensors, similar to Hall effect, though more time is needed to see if this proves true after extended use. Other positives include automatic switching between gaming and desktop modes, and a ton of customizability in the software settings, though the controller does rely on Steam for that, and yes, that means that even for non-Steam games, you'll need to launch through Steam to take full advantage of the controller's capabilities, so reliance on Valve's software is a downside, albeit a minor one, as long as Valve continues to generally make consumer-friendly business decisions, fingers crossed there. The other complaints about the controller are that it lacks dual-stage triggers, and then of course the $100 price tag. Pretty steep compared to something like the ever-popular standard Xbox controller, which is usually in the $50 range, so if you're not using it as a crossover PC controlling device and gamepad, it might not be worth your money. The other downside for now is the lack of a Steam Machine and Steam Frame to use alongside the controller, but for the other two devices Valve announced back in November, we are still in wait-and-see mode, though Brad Lynch, who tipped off the Steam controller's imminent launch a couple weeks early in mid-April, posted Thursday that Valve is receiving a ton of game consoles these past couple weeks in their USA distribution warehouse, which could mean a Steam Machine launch is coming too. Hopefully prices and launch date for it and the Steam Frame are revealed soon. Okay, next we're gonna gird our loins with tech briefs, and to keep things balanced, for every bad tech brief I share, I'll be following it with a good tech brief to cancel it all out. A bad one first. I'm not gonna pretend like I still had high hopes for Intel's Arc GPUs, and I'm specifically talking about the discrete versions made for desktop gaming, but I'm still saddened by the series of posts leaker Jkin made late last week. It's not official, but gaming GPUs based on 3rd generation Celestial architecture are said to have been canned long ago. 86th, basically, meaning that after 2nd gen Battlemage apparently tapped out with just 2 models released, the B570 and B580, leaving expected B700 series GPUs on the cutting room floor, the same will likely be the case with the entire theoretical Arc Celestial lineup. No C570 or C580, to say nothing of a C770 or beyond. Jkin even says Druid, the 4th gen codename, is up in the air as well, likely pending future developments in the memory supply chain as well as AI demand, which most sensible people hope will crash sooner rather than later. So while Arc isn't dead, it's still used in mobile CPUs, Pro Series cards, and data center products, it's not looking like any new desktop GPUs will be arriving from Intel to disrupt the AMD-NVIDIA duopoly anytime soon. But perhaps disruption will come from another source, such as China's Lisuan Technology Group, who revealed Wednesday that they have received WHQL, or Windows Hardware Quality Labs certification for their LX7G100 video card, which we're going to count as good news because its performance is supposedly in the same ballpark as an RTX 4060, though software and drivers are often what holds GPUs back. Consider Intel's teething pains with Arc Alchemist, for example. The fact that WHQL, Microsoft's testing and certification program for hardware and software drivers, has okayed the 7G100, which is set to launch on May 20th, seems to indicate that drivers are coming along nicely, and Lisuan plans to support over 100 games at launch. The 7G100 is based on Lisuan's true GPU architecture and is manufactured on TSMC's 6nm process, and while expectations should be kept low for its initial debut, I'm of the opinion that any GPU competition is a good thing in 2026 and beyond. Getting back to some shitty news, if there's one thing we don't need, it's another component shortage alongside DRAM, storage, and GPUs. So of course, CPU shortages are now being reported, with DigiTimes describing the situation as acute, with many CPUs effectively unavailable. So great, add it to the pile. But at least for now, this seems to be mainly affecting server CPUs, as prices are stable on the consumer side. It did affect Intel's stock value though, and was at least one factor in their rally in the past week or two. Due to limited server CPU supply, Intel has reportedly found buyers even for imperfect chips that they would have otherwise scrapped, extending their yields, while initial success with their 18A process has also put them in a position to fulfill demand by cranking out more Clearwater Forest Xeon CPUs. There's even rumors that Intel might bring back Raptor Lake for another refresh, extending LGA 1700 motherboard longevity. Perhaps they're jealous of AM4? Hopefully they really have worked out those instability problems that plagued 13th and 14th gen CPUs, if that's the case though. The competition is a good thing, I think most would agree, as has been demonstrated by the 2026 surge in home Linux usage, and Microsoft has apparently noticed if rumors about a super secret Windows K2 update are true. This appears to be the follow-up to Microsoft's March admission that Windows 11 sucks in many ways, and as with most crappy things in 2026, that's mostly due to AI, though other improvements are also on the way. These include a faster and less bloated start menu, maybe even without ads this time, less annoying updates with a more regular monthly schedule and an indefinite pause option, a more responsive file explorer, the reintroduction of taskbar repositioning to the top, left, or right of the screen, better game performance, which they definitely need to compete with SteamOS, and less prominent AI integration, which I would prefer they remove entirely, but I suppose it would be a rough detox if Microsoft quit AI cold turkey. Still, seems like a good to-do list, but they'll need to move quickly if they want to win back anyone who already made the Linux switch. We've discussed the RTX 3060's return in weeks past, and while I don't think it's a good thing that PC gamers are being offered warmed-over GPUs from 5+ years ago, I suppose it's not entirely bad either. At least they're going with the 12GB version and not the 8GB, and further rumors from the Board Channel's forums say that vendors including Colorful, Asus, MSI, and Galax will start receiving chips in June with a planned launch in July, or relaunch perhaps. But whether this is a boon for budget gaming or not entirely depends on the price, and availability of course. An RTX 5050 is about 10 to 15% faster than the 3060, and it has a $250 MSRP and a street price closer to $300 these days. If the 3060 can come in at around $200 or less, that would be great, which probably means that that won't happen. Speaking of Linux, a couple stories ago, there's another Linux implementation developed by Andy Nguyen on GitHub that's fairly interesting. Basically, it's a script that installs Ubuntu 24 on a PlayStation 5, allowing it to at least play GTA 5 at 4K 60 FPS with ray tracing, per Andy's video. But the one big catch is it only works on PS5s with older firmware. You need an older, fat PS5 that hasn't been updated since late 2021, because anything newer has had the hypervisor vulnerability that Andy leveraged patched out, and there's no way to roll back a PS5 to older firmware. Still, it's a cool project, and perhaps there are a handful of you who have an old PS5 in a closet somewhere that it might work on. One final bit of dumb news. HU DIMMs, which are nerfed DDR5 memory modules with only one sub-channel per stick instead of two like the DDR5 spec intended, appear to be proliferating enough that Asus, ASRock, and now Gigabyte have added support for them on Intel motherboards via a BIOS update. Using only one sub-channel means sticks can be assembled with fewer integrated circuits and, of course, less capacity, and kind of like the RTX 3060 relaunch, I'm torn between this being at least a theoretically cheaper option in a world of limited RAM supply, and this being yet another consumer downgrade we're being served in order to further accommodate supplying AI data centers with the actual fully functional memory versions. HU DIMM stands for half unbuffered DIMM, but I just assume it's that sound you make when you try not to throw up. DIMMs, right? Speaking of things that most people find revolting, raise your hand if you know someone who has lost a job recently because of AI. I do. So I find this news heartening. At least over in China, they seem to have grasped that being replaced by an AI LLM, or a robot for that matter, kinda sucks. And while we should not shun new advances in technology, we likewise should not praise or reward businesses who rush to replace all their human coworkers with digital ones. Two separate courts in China have ruled that AI adoption doesn't justify worker termination, and that AI implementation is a voluntary business decision, not an unavoidable catastrophe. Therefore, companies who choose to automate with AI must negotiate with their employees and offer training or reasonable reassignments, rather than laying them off and watching their stock price skyrocket as a result, because we know how the stock market loves mass layoffs. And I always like to end this show with a joke when I can, so let's hope the US does something similar in the future too. But there you have it, guys. Tech news for the week, and if you liked it, click that like button or leave me a comment down below. While you're down there, all the articles I talked about today are linked in the video's description if you're interested, and you can check out my store at paulshardware.net for high-quality merchandise like t-shirts and hoodies and beer sets and more. Subscribing to my channel is always a good call too. Thanks again, everyone. Cheers. We'll see you next week.
So I've been getting bombarded with these ads on YouTube lately, all the hustle culture, passive income, work from your garage, goulash of multi-level marketing, investment scams, cryptocurrency, and business guru nonsense. You know the stuff. Here outside my garage, just bought this new Lamborghini. Want to know the best way of making a big income online? It's making a lot of small incomes online. I'm here within 400 feet of an elementary school to prove the haters wrong and to tell you about an unmissable business opportunity. If you give me your money, I will use my magic powers.
Even best! Fight Primo will! That brave away! Eruption! No mana! primal will. Balance restored. Dash and rowan. The file is a dead.
Die, fiend!
We'd like to thank Opera for supporting PBS, and you can learn more about them at the end of our episode.
Yo, what is up, guys? Snap here. Today we're going to be talking about the brand new support build we're going to be playing in the 325 Settlers of Kalgur expansion for Path of Exile. Now, as you can see on screen here, the carry build we played for last league was, of course, Blink Arrow, Mirror Arrow. And this build is quite powerful in the current patch, and there's a few advantages it has. Mainly, it is a minion build so that we can benefit from the extra quantum rarity from Wind Ripper, but also it can ignore penetration entirely via the chest Fleshcrafter. Specifically, the line that reads, while minions have energy shield, their hits ignore monster elemental resistances. Now, historically in group play, you have always played a curse spot, and historically the big advantage a curse spot brings has always been a gargantuan amount of penetration via pen curses like elemental weakness, despair, those kind of things, right? But with the introduction of all the additional map effect modifier GGG has added to the tree, in addition to all of the nerfs curses have received the past few patches, it is very easy to make a map where it's basically impossible to penetrate elemental resistances to 0. And so building around the chest becomes a lot more convenient and a lot easier to get damage out of. So this begs the question, what do you do with the curse spot? Because yes, you can put on temp chains and enfeeble and maybe punishment, but the penetration curses no longer do anything. You can slap on additional utility like skitterbots, but like they don't do a whole lot. So this character honestly has been getting grinded down and it's becoming less and less useful over the years. And so I began looking for a replacement to the curse spot because honestly, it is just not pulling its weight in the party these days, and I think there is definitely something better. I looked through a bunch of different utility that you can bring to the party, including war cries, stunning the screen with a bunch of CDR tattoos. This idea was horrible, albeit funny. You could screen wide stun the screen and knock them back with Devion's Dirge, coupled with a bunch of war cry CDR tattoos. You could have a consistent screen wide stun. This was an option I was considering. I tried making a bone chiller shockbot type thing that was just procking Call of the Void for a giant amount of, extra cold damage taken. This would theoretically provide a lot of defenses and offenses, but there are unfortunately some culling issues here that you run into, and this build isn't really a viable pathway. But today we are debuting the new support we are replacing the curse bot with, and that is going to be a Spectre bot. Now, this is going to be taking a lot of explaining because there's a lot of new technology that's being introduced here you may or may not know about, and there's a ton of utility packed into this character that honestly supersedes any curse bot you could build in the past league or two. So the idea is you can summon a bunch of specters that do a lot of stuff for your party. You put on the Wraithlord helmet, get a bunch of specters, and you can summon a bunch of utility. Now, what is the best specter you could possibly summon? And that, of course, is an Undying Evangelist. Evangelists have a proximity shield that is up for 8 seconds and has a cooldown of 18 seconds. And this is what it looks like in game when you get 8 of them. As you can see, you have a ton of coverage with the bubbles and you have basically 100% uptime on them, which I can get to a little bit later. But the thing you need to know about these is that you are completely immune to damage that is originating outside of the bubble. And if you have a bunch of overlapping bubbles here, the mobs need to be exactly inside all of those bubbles to even hit you with anything. The best way I can describe this to you is if you've ever come across a Harbinger that spawns a bunch of proc shields, right? right? Sometimes you need to like weave into one very specific spot before you can even kill all of the proc shield mobs. Now you get to do that back to the monsters. This effect is extremely powerful, and it can even let you dodge stuff like Maven's memory game, as you can see here, because the explosion is originating from outside of the range of the bubbles. There are a few caveats you must know about this, however. This bubble will only apply to hits. It does not work with any sort of damage over time. So if you're getting Shaper beamed, for instance, it will not work for stuff like that. But anything that is considered a hit needs to be originating from inside of the bubble in order for you to take any amount of damage. I mentioned earlier that the base duration is 8 seconds and the cooldown is 18 seconds. There's a few tricks you can use to get this to 100% uptime. The first thing to mention is that Enduring Bond here, which gives you minion duration, does not interact at all with the duration of the bubbles cast by the Undying Evangelist. The only way to give the bubbles duration is to link it directly to stuff like increased duration and efficacy. You can give them duration via the Malevolence aura, or you can give them duration via extra quality on Dialas. The Dialas here will bump up the quality on duration and efficacy, giving you enough duration to have 100% uptime here. You basically have to either use Malevolence or Dialas, and that is enough to get to 100% uptime on the Evangelist. And as you can see here, there's basically no downtime on the bubbles. You're going to be having 100% uptime on all of these. There is one thing to mention about the minion AI, and that is that they will always prioritize attacking nearby mobs instead of casting their bubble. So that means the bubbles will naturally desync, so they're not all recasting at the same time. However, it does introduce a problem in that if there is a mob nearby, sometimes all of your bubble boys will start attacking that one mob and not recast their bubble at all. But in general, the gameplay is very smooth, and usually the AI isn't a huge issue. You're going to have pretty high uptime on all of these bubbles anyways. So that's good and all. We have bubbles, but that is clearly not enough to fill a support slot in a party. But there is a lot more utility that is brought to the table via this character. This character is also providing a screen-wide AoE capped shock and chill at 40%. It is doing that via the Corpse Pact node. The Corpse Pact node shocks and chills nearby enemies with a floor value of 15% for the shock and 10% for the chill here. This, combined with the Corpse Walker boots, works together to automatically spawn corpses as you're walking around to create a floor shock of 15 and a floor chill of 10. It's completely automatic, and you can see as I just walk around, corpses are spawning around me. And as you walk around, you can see the stuff gets shock and chilled as I'm just walking around. The AoE on this is quite large and is just barely not quite a screen. It's around 80 units, I believe, so it is quite large. It is not affected by increases to your character's area of effect. You scale this floor shock and chill value from Corpse Pact via a bunch of cluster jewels, which is deep chill and astonishing affliction on the mediums, as well as deep chill on the larges. You also anoint Ash, Frost, and Storm over here for additional ailment effect. All of this together gives your character a capped 40% chill from the Forbidden Flesh and Flame nodes, because we're taking the Shaper of Winter Ascendancy node, and then also a capped shock at 50%, which is a 50% increased damage taken modifier, which is very significant and helps out a lot on single target because it's hard to ramp shock on single target, especially in a 6-man party. So we have all of the Spectres providing all the mitigation. We have a capped shock and chill, which is helping for defenses, and the shock is adding a good bit of damage. It still has the important defensive curses on Blasphemy, which is Enfeebled Temp Chain. There also is room to fit on a third curse, which would probably be Punishment, although it is not strictly necessary if you don't feel the damage is necessary. Just know it is an option to run a third curse here if you really want to. Ideally, you'd get a Corruption on the Jinx Juju for +1 curse. You would just corrupt and anoint Ashfrom and Storm afterwards. The last bit of utility, which you probably haven't seen before, is going to be a Stormbind Totem. You might be asking, what the fuck is a Stormbind Totem and what does it do? So if you're unaware, when you put down a Stormbind Totem, it starts casting this Stormbind and it channels the squares on the floor and it covers the screen with these squares. Now, if you cast more than one totem, these squares will connect to the previous ones, and you can have a substantial amount of these squares covering basically multiple screens because they persist as long as one totem has kept channeling on the previous section of squares. The reason we care about Stormbind is it has a line that reads 50% reduced movement speed for basically mobs that are standing on those runes. Reducing monsters' movement speed in PoE is very good. It's a very good defensive layer, especially when you have range ranged proximity shields that mobs need to get inside of to do damage. There is one last thing to mention here regarding movement speed reductions in regards to Stormbind Totem, and that it is possible to reach 100% reduced movement speed of the monsters, and when you do so, monsters simply stop moving. As you can see here, and they're standing on the Stormbind, they simply just do not move. The AI just completely breaks on these, and they are no longer able to walk up and attack you. Now, granted, this is only when they are inside of the range of your Flesh and Stone, because it is your source of maim. You can imagine how this becomes a very powerful defensive layer in a party. The very last bit of utility this build brings to the table is going to be Calm's Binding, which converts 25% of the nearby monster's physical damage to fire in a very large radius. This is very good because you have 90% Aures, so converting any of the fizz damage you're taking to an element is going to be benefiting the whole party. This belt is very, very good. It's something we started using last league. It's definitely worth putting on somebody here. The rest of the build is going to be personal defenses. It has some classic support Aura bot type stuff going on. A Jinx Juju for the 10% damage to Spectres. Just builds a lot of ES to leverage party defenses. And it specifically has a Triad's Grip, converting all of the minions damage to elemental. The colors don't really matter here as long as it's not chaos. And then you're deleting all of that damage with void manipulation and links so that they don't deal damage, which means you can cull with them as well. Now, astute magic finders might notice a problem here in that these minions are hitting, which means that if you want to use a Kingmaker and give everybody the culling aura, these two things are incompatible. There is a version of this build you can play without the helmet, and instead equipping a Midnight Bargain, you lose 2 max minions, but you can instead wear a Shav's Wrapping. The defenses on this one are going to be a little bit worse. However, just know there is a variant of the build you can play if you want to use a Kingmaker in the party and you do want to leverage the rarity from Kingmaker. I'll include both versions of the build in the description. You can choose which one you want to follow in case you are or are not using Kingmaker. The rest of the build is going to be some pretty standard stuff. You have a pretty healthy armor ES pool here. You also have CI with, 80 cold res, 75 of the other 2 resistances here. You're stacking a ton of percent ES, which means you're going to be very high when you're in range of a Mana Guardian, and your minions are extremely tanky with 24k life here, as well as energy shield from the Mana Guardian and other party buffs. As for the helmet, you want to just get as much resistances, energy shield, armor, attributes, whatever you can here. Just defenses really matter here. The only other stuff you really want to get here is just Moonstone Crusader rings, again with just as many resistances as you can. But yeah, the gearing should be pretty straightforward here. As for the links here, of course you're going to want to have Ray Spectre here linked to Meat Shield, Duration, Void Manip so it doesn't deal damage, and then Efficacy is necessary for the uptime on the bubbles. You can jam an additional utility here in the chest via Frost Shield. It helps soak some damage in a party. It's a very good link if you can spare it. You have Enfeebled Temp Chains in a 3-link on Blasphemy. You can put this in either the weapon or the shield. And then lastly, the links for Stormbind is going to be Stormbind, Spell Totem, Duration, Faster Casting. You have defensive auras in a 3-link here on the other weapon, and then you have an automation setup constantly casting Convocation, pulling your minions back, as well as giving you a ton of movement speed via Phase Run and Withering Step. Yeah, that goes over most of the build. It is essentially replacing most of the power of the Curse Bot, but it brings layer upon layer of additional utility we didn't have before, and I think it's going to be a very suitable replacement for the Curse Bot in party play. There's one last thing to talk about and kind of where this kind of build might fit in lower party sizes, like if you're doing a 3-man or a 4-man. Now, if you're 3-man, most likely the best bang for your buck is going to be playing a Mana Guardian. I do think a Mana Guardian provides more defenses via Soul Link than a character like this. However, there are some activities where you are stationary where a build like this might actually make you more tanky because the monsters aren't moving. Therefore, you're getting a ton of coverage with the bubbles, and you can also reduce the movement speed a ton. Stuff like Ultimatum is very good with a build like this because you can essentially be completely immune to damage when you're inside the bubbles, and if you're not moving, the stationary Spellbind Totem as well as the minions are just going to be doing a ton here. As for 4-man groups, this is most likely going to be the most potent defensive addition to your party as a 4th character. If you want to add an offensive 4th person, you'd be adding a minor support. Most likely, you're going to be adding a Culler instead, because if you have 4 people, you can most likely be culling, and that is definitely what you want to be doing. Although, if you want to add player power, this would be the next best thing you'd want to add. So TLDR, you'd probably have a carry, you'd have an Orabot, of course, Mana Guardian 3rd, and then this build 4th, if not a Culler. Yeah, that should about sum up the new support build that we're playing on the patch in replacement of the Curse Bot. I am going to be doing a separate video that's going over updates to all of the builds as a result of the patch notes, so just wait a few days for that. I'll hopefully get that out to you guys somewhat shortly after the patch notes here. Any questions, you can leave them in the comments. I try to answer most questions you guys might have. And once again, I'm Snap, and thanks for watching.
Okay. All right, I have 25 guys. I have 25 Jolems. Guys, guys. Oh, my army! Come to me! Okay, so, this is the Elementalist, right? Let's break it down from the beginning. The first gem that you do damage with is Corrupting Fever. And Corrupting Fever is a stacking dot that you apply on the target with any skill, right? So any skill that hits a target after you have this buff on, and it is a buff, right? You turn it on here, and you can see that there's a Corrupting Fever buff. And your second skill is Reap, right? Well, it's Reap, just like it's a normal caster ability. You have two parts of the spell, Reap and Wall Reap. Wall Reap gives you more blood charges to make your Reap stronger. Both apply stacking dots on the target, and this is your single target mechanic, right? And this doesn't really need to be explained that much. What you really do need to understand is that Corrupting Fever has really, really low base damage, and it's damage based on a secondary dot, right? It's not a spell, it's not anything, it's just physical. So it's really, really hard to scale this ability. And luckily, this league, GGG made something kind of broken and kind of forgot about it, right? That is Jolems. And why Jolems are broken this league is because they made something called Congregation support. Congregation gives you 42% more minion damage or number of minions at level 4. So your base number of golems is 1, plus the 2 from Elementalist, plus 1 from here, which makes 4. So you get 2 more from Hordes, so that makes 6, right? 3 more from the neck, that makes 9. And then it's times 2 from the helm, times 1.4, 1 from the thing, which makes 25. You have 25 golems total in this build, and you can see that I have 25 golems. And each primordial bond is giving you 250% increased damage. And on this build, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So all of that combined will give you 2,454 increased global damage. This is also including the damage from Flame Golem. And why global increased damage is really, really good in this build is because, number one, you have global increase that affects your Corrupting Fever. It affects your Reap. It affects all your explosions. And it also affects your Ignite damage from the explosions, right? So no matter what you do, since this is global damage, if you want to use I don't know, Forbidden Jewels for Profane Bloom. You want to use any Chaos Explosion. You want to use Fizz Explosions. You want to use Orias Flask for explosions. They all get affected because it's global increased damage, right? And on top of global increased damage, you also have global dot multi from your skill tree and your Chaos Golem, right? For your Corrupting Fever. On top of that, the build scales more damage from Herald of the Hive. And Herald of the Hive comes from Lost Unity. You get 3% more damage for every active Herald. And Herald of Purity already gives you more physical damage, right? So now you have Herald of Purity and Herald of the Hive both giving you more damage. This is the multiplicative more on top of each other. You have two other Heralds, one that's Ash that helps explode damage go off better, and Thunder, which gives you hits for your Corrupting Fever, right? So that scaling, all that scaling total, all of these tattoos that you have on your build, plus Bringer of Ruin, plus these 3 nodes will give you a total of 3x Herald damage, which means your Herald of the Hive is giving you 9% more damage per Herald, giving you 28% more damage total. And then your Herald of Purity is 13 times 3, right? 39% more. It's just a lot of freaking multipliers put together to give your corrupting, to put all of these like Corrupting Fever damage and your Reap damage all the way up to the top. My build currently with Ball Reap up has 85 million damage, which is like 26 million Uber. If you see on the display at level 90, I can pretty much kill Ubers in like seconds. For a Fizzdot build, that is completely insane. And the reason we can use all of these tattoos is because we're using, you know, Supreme Ostentation. And that solves like 3 issues with this build, right? Number 1, it lets you use all these tattoos to give you more damage. Number 2, it lets you use the new Eclipse support, and it gives you 2 levels to your Corrupting Fever, whereas you wouldn't get this damage elsewise because the last support that would fit with Corrupting Fever is Efficacy support, and Efficacy support will raise the life cost of Corrupting Fever all the way up to a point where you actually need to invest way more in life to get the damage. So you're actually not getting damage, right? Because you have to put like 10 points in the life for, you know, 15% more damage, 20% more damage, which is equals to like net 0, right? But Eclipse support actually has a 0.92 multiplier that lowers the life cost, also giving you levels. On top of that, it also gives Reap 16 quality, which is way more blood charge damage. And that's why, like, all of that stuff added up is how we have all of that damage in this build, right? On top of that, Supreme Ostentation, or, you know, Elegant Hubris also gives you Frenzy charges, which is, again, more charges, more cast speed, and makes your build feel better, and all of that mumbo jumbo put together. So I have Frenzy and Block here, and you can use this jewel in this slot or this slot, and you can search for this node, this node, this node, and Overcharge, right? You can move this around, but the main thing is you want to get Frenzy charges and you want to get Supreme Ostentation, right? So that's basically how the build works. Dark Monarch, there to double your golems. That's explained, more golems. The one has an explode implicit on it, and now it's rather expensive. I got mine for really cheap, but you don't really need the explode implicit. You just need to like maybe like drop the Quicksilver on your thing, use Silver Flask here, and run like Oriats if you need more explode. Or even the current setup with no explode one, I feel like is okay. The one thing you cannot get away with is the ring. You absolutely need the ring because it'll explode every single shock dude, starting your explode chain, right? Then you have Herald of the Hive here, which is like honestly just an insane ring. It gives you insane damage. The Herald of the Hive itself, right? The Herald of the Hive itself does like almost 1,000,000 DPS. So every white monster it touches, you will just obliterate and start your explode chain. Your explode chain, right? How does it start? Basically, I explained that Corrupting Fever applies a dot to your build, right? The first thing that applies Corrupting Fever is your Herald of Unity, right? It's this freaking little purple circle that you see. When you're in the map, this circle is gonna like fire off 3 times a second because you're gonna have like all these ailments stacked on it, right? The second thing that applies Corrupting Fever is your Blade Fall of Trophus. And Playfall of Trothus does two things, right? Remember when I said Corrupting Fever like ticks down because it requires you to spend a certain amount of life? Well, with life tap on Playfall of Trothus, you just activate it, right? And it becomes a full-fledged auto bomber where you don't need to touch a button. It'll automatically recycle through your Corrupting Fever automatically. So that works like that. And the third thing is Herald of Thunder. So with 3 things applying hits, your Corrupting Fever will stack to 10 on maps like automatically, instantly. And then your explode chain starts. And when you explode, they also applies Corrupting Fever to all the monsters around it. It will also apply the ignite to all the monsters around it. It will also apply the explode damage on top. So it's like 3 parts every single time an explode goes off, right? And that's why the build clears so well. Svalin, we have low pool. I have like 10k pool, which is like really, really weak. So I opted for Svalin this league. It's okay, 90 block, 90 spell block. Makes it basically your avoidance is really, really good for a build with low recovery. I have more Insanity fractured here, so your Frost Blinks are faster, right? So you can get through all your maps like really, really fast. Mage Blood obviously is just, you know, base for the build. It solves all your resistance, solves like some movement speed issues, solve your reflect, blah, 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 blah. And then you have Warlock Boots here with Cannot Be Poisoned. Cannot Be Poisoned is important because you're not CI, right? So you need life to activate Corrupting Fever, so you only have 2.6k life. You're really, really weak against chaos damage, so having Cannot Be Poisoned there solves a lot of those issues with poison itself. You can still die to chaos hits, but you have this thing called Safeguard Golem, right? And Safeguard Golem, or Stone Golem of Safeguarding says, grants 15% of melee damage is taken from your Stone Golem's life before yours. And you have, I don't know, like some 300% Golem effect on your thing, so basically, every single melee that hits you is like you're only taking like 35% of the damage. You have some endurance charges, and your elementalist node converts 40% of their physical damage to fire. So when you see in POB, it's like you see 15k fizz. It's rather low, but you know, I've been playing the build all day. I haven't died a single time. Your physical mitigation is actually a lot better than it looks, but yeah, basically Safeguard Golem and this node is not in POB, so it looks a lot worse than it is. I think one thing that you can do if you don't have a Megalomaniac that generates endurance charges, you could just take Aggressive Bastion and you get a little bit less attack block, but you get the endurance charge on kill, which is kind of like important, and it's really, really good. Other than that, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. You have Megalomaniacs here that have Primordial Bond. The large clusters. So you want to fracture Primordial Bond, and you want to move them with Reflective Fog to another base, either Fizz or Shield, right? Depending on what you need, because like depending on how your Megalos are, sometimes you're going to need the Shield nodes, and you're going to need to roll like block nodes, right? In the front, right? You don't want to roll anything in the back. Or you can use Master the Fundamentals on Fizz clusters to solve your res. You need 2 Runegrats. One is Fortress for defense, and the other one is Treachery. And since the only aura you have is Pride, it doesn't matter, right? So you're just getting this 15% reservation for basically nothing. The last part about the build that's very expensive is Herald Tattoos. Herald Tattoos are insane amounts of money. They're like 4 divines each, and you're gonna need to get some block nodes to cap off your block if you need them, and they're also expensive. So overall, I think the build's rather expensive. It's not something that's cheap to put together, but it is very, very fun. I think it's probably the best auto bomber in the game. It absolutely shreds every single map. It shreds Ubers. It shreds like everything, right? Without buttons. You can literally AFK Simulacrum with this build. You can freaking like jerk off, watch TV, do whatever the hell you want, and just like basically obliterate the game. Oh, Elementalist, right? Shaper Flames, you need this to ignite. It activates your Cinder. It gives you more physical mitigation. Shock, you need all damage shocks, basically enables your ring. It gives you 50% increased damage taken as a multiplier. It's very, very good. Legion of Primordials, your Golem activator, and then your Bringer of Ruin is your Herald stuff to lower your Herald reservation efficiency so you can fit in 4 Heralds. If you're really, really geared, I don't think you really need to avoid anything. as long as you have life gain on kill on your Cinder, because you can just get all your life back, right? You're just blinking around anyways. For like lesser gear builds, you probably don't want to do less recovery. No regen's kind of a bitch, but it's like entirely doable. Physical damage reduction lowers your damage by a lot, but it's still doable if your build is good enough. That's pretty much it, right? You avoid ailments makes you lose your shock, which is kind of bad. So if you don't have like multiple sources of explode, it can kind of like destroy your like explode chain. So that's also kind of bad, but I think it's still doable. No, it's not necessary. I made a simpler POB for people, and this POB basically has one line Meglos, right? It has one line Meglos. It does not have a second mode, and it's still block capped, and it does not have the implicit for whatever. But it has the ignite implicit, but even if you don't have it, you're just not going to be immune to ignite. But you can try to find ignite implicits on both Foulborn Barracks or Lost Unity. I think both are fine. If you can't get that, then you're going to have to like put it on your flask, which is kind of like a pain in the ass, because then you're going to like lose like, I don't know, movement speed and stuff like that. But I hope that explained a lot. Just so you guys know, like 12 million on CF this league is absolute, like, it's absolute insanity, right? I don't know if you guys saw, like, I probably don't even have anywhere close to that. I was doing Uber. I did an Uber showcase earlier, and they just fucking, they just die. So it's like absurd amounts of damage for a physical dot build, and you have like absurd clear and whatever. I'll show you guys. I'll show you a map of like Breach. Well, okay. So the thing with S chest is, I don't think you really need it. If anything, you could just take the 30% node here for chaos, right? I don't really think I really take much damage in this build, to be honest. So I just think the 1%, like the 1% or the +1 gems to strength gems was just like much better value, because you're getting +1 gems to, I don't know, you're empowered, and you're getting +1 gems to reap and freaking corrupting fever, right? And you can see, you can open up like 2 breaches at once, and it doesn't matter because you can just annihilate like all of them, right? If you get a Varun, like he dies instantly, like it doesn't matter, like. Okay, that guy's not dying instantly. Oh, he's triple freaking wisps. Okay, well. With, oh man, this guy's actually tanky, dude. Yeah, all you do on this build is basically just blink around, or you can just run, like, if you want. Like, it doesn't really matter, like, what you do, right? You can just run around, and then, like, everything is just gonna die. Because, I don't know. You just do a shitload of damage, and, like, nothing really stops you, right? It's basically, you're basically RF, except you have, like, 80 million damage, and you're not, like, and your explodes are just, like, better. I'm not even pressing, like, reap, like, at all, right? So I'm just like going around, just killing. I'm just like running around like an idiot, basically, right now. I did one earlier. Like, you can just rewind the VOD if you want to see. I'm just gonna kill it in seconds, right? So I'm pretty sure France will put it on the video, but it's gonna, like, the Ubers will just die in seconds. I have like 80 million damage with freaking reap up, or with ball reap up. Like, I'm dot capped with just like normal like reap. So. But yeah, I did like 60 deli earlier with Breach. I'm doing Cascade right now just to show like what the build kind of looks like. I don't know if you could start the build with 100 evs. I think it will be kind of shaky, man. Honestly, I think you need the Svalin, and I honestly think, like, because like the cheap way to get damage on this build is through Dialas, right? But like you can't survive without it, or without the shield, in my opinion. I think just Sublime Vision and Barracks is enough. If you need more, you can use Oriaths, and Oriath is cheap, right? You just won't have the movement speed, like the run speed that my character has, because I have like a bunch of running speed because I'm freaking lazy. You could just play a purely like Frost Blink based build with like Silver Flask, and just run like Oriaths, and that's also fine. You also have the You can also go curve skating elixir if you're worried about chaos damage, but I don't think so far we've had any problems with that stuff. But yeah, that's basically what the build is and how it works. You can like basically if the monster's on your screen, you can just kind of like AFK because like it'll just kill everything right on your screen. Anyways, I hope that's a decent enough showcase of the build. I don't think there's anything wrong with it after playing with it. What is the cosmetic? Oh, it's Despair Herald on Herald of Ash. I want to play Golden Blade. I want to play Golden Bladestorm or Bladefall because it's like a golden shower. That's kind of nice. We'll use Starfall Reap here, and then use the Corrupting Fever MTX, and then I will use. That's my Herald of Thunder. Guys, if you come to my channel and tell me I'm playing a minion build, you're gonna get banned like Captain Lance's chat. Better not. Better not be saying that shit. Better not be talking shit. That's all I gotta say.
Guys, welcome. This is an interesting day today. We're gonna watch some videos about ground loot in Path of Exile, starting with Fobgun's video titled "The Ground Loot Situation in Path of Exile is Really Bad," and I agree with this video. I have already watched it, and we're not gonna watch the whole thing, but then we're gonna watch Snap's video about the calendrification of PoE 1.
Hey guys, I want to make a video going over the current state of ground loot in Path of Exile 1.
Before we continue, I'm gonna be pausing. I'm gonna be sometimes pausing, commenting and stuff. If you want to watch the video, it'll be linked in the description if this is on YouTube. If you want to watch the whole thing uninterrupted, do that. This is gonna be me reacting to it, kind of. So
I make this video for a while, and I feel like it's about time I do make this video with 3.28 coming up. So in my opinion, ground loot currently in PoE 1 is probably the worst it has ever been. Probably rival on that of like a Kalandra. I want to go over the ground loot history, why it's so bad right now, some solutions, and start some discussion on this. I really hope 3.28 can address a lot of these concerns. So before we get to any discussions and why ground loot's so terrible, let me just do a quick map showcase. We're doing an 8 mod tier 16. Now I'm doing tier 16 over 0.5s of 17s.
Here we go.
Because these don't have more multipliers, and I do feel like more multipliers contribute to the very bad state of
100 quant map,
regular tier 16,
8 mod,
fully 8 modded map. We just have additional rare monsters, magic pack size, and 100 traders. You know, just to buff the base loot of the map.
Bunch of extra mobs,
effect, and pretty much mostly max quant. And just some scarab nodes.
Missing the middle quant here, but it's fine. Like, he's going for some scarabs. Like, you could only have 3% more quant than this. This is like pretty much
should show you why I think the current state of loot is just horrendous in this game.
This is like as much just ground loot juice from the base map as you can get in the game right now.
We won't be clicking the tile loot altars, as that is tile loot and not, you know, base ground loot. But this filter does show 1 chaos orb using my tier 17 filter, which shows like 1 C and up. So let's see what we drop.
Let's see.
I guess I'll pick up order loot just so we can see at the end.
3 scarabs.
A couple of scarabs because we are respect into
and
all
the cards.
Nodes. Yeah, I'll clear this map real quick.
Okay.
And you'll more or less see why I think the current state of loot is just horrendous in the game.
Guys, where's the loot?
Hopefully that is removed in 3.28.
Okay, altar. 30 quant. Max rolled quant altar. Insane. Rarity. Whatever. Where's the loot? Where is it? It's gonna drop any second now. It's all gonna drop at the end of the map, like Diablo 3 Greater Rift style, right?
And as you can see, like I said, I'm showing chaos orbs and a full, you know, max quant, max effect,
guys.
16 map. We didn't even drop a single chaos orb. At 200% increased quant, 58% pack size, we can't even drop a single chaos orb in a pretty much regular max juice tier 16. That is pretty much the current.
I know it was bad. I knew it was bad, but I didn't know how bad it was. Because, you know, you are diluting it with all sorts of random stuff you're doing. Like, you're clicking altars, dropping raw chaos, you're opening strong boxes, you're doing any other league mechanic, which is dropping guaranteed loot, but nothing dropped. He did a full juice, full quant map, and nothing dropped.
State of ground.
Now, wait.
I'll just go down my filter restrict real quick just to see what else has dropped.
He's switching to a filter that's showing lower currencies.
Probably showing quite a bit. But let's see if going down this filter tier even shows anything else. Looks like the answer is no. So even my base default tier 16 filter, that is not that strict whatsoever. This is like half a chaos and up. We didn't drop anything that's worth on my filter.
He's pressing Alt
I got
here.
this at my stash tab. This filter is showing chisels, baubles, GCPs, and even orb fusions. And once again, it's also showing chaos orb. As you can see, we full clear this map and max shoes 200% quant. We didn't drop
Not
a single
fusing orb dropped.
3 scarabs, 2 jungle valleys, and a Solemnation div card.
A what?
Scarabs, 2 jungle valleys,
Acclimatization div card,
and a Solemnation div
Hobby, a Solemnation.
card.
What is that?
That is
That's a new
current
card.
state of ground loot. Now, I hope with this showcase you understand where I'm coming from.
All right.
The current state of ground loot in PoE 1 is just awful. It is completely terrible.
Agreed.
It probably needs almost an entire rework at this point. When you can do a 200% quant tier 16 and not even drop a single orb fusion, there is something seriously wrong with this game. So let's go over all the reasons why ground loot is bad. Why did ground loot come to this point? But let's go over all the reasons real quick. So first things,
let's see. We lost map effect. That's a big one. Yes. However, there is a much deeper issue which happened in Kalandra, and I don't think it's shown here. And we are gonna watch Snap's video about that because I think he goes very in depth on that. That's a very long video. Basically, they removed a massive historic loot multiplier from all of the monsters, all of the extra league mechanic monsters like Breach, Abyss, Alva, and all of that. They keep replacing stuff with tile loot. So he's gonna talk about this later in the video.
First is that we lost a lot of map effect in 3.27. I think like 30 to 34% map effect was lost. This is the lowest base map effect / quant we've ever had since the core Atlas tree.
This is way later issues. What he's talking about now is very recent. The big issues happened like 5 years ago at this point, starting with like after Ultimatum, basically. We're gonna skip here.
Farm, outside of something like raw loot blight. I actually have a full spreadsheet of.
Okay, he's talking about the tile loot strategies here
in this game. And let's go down real quick.
So the difference between ground loot and tile loot. Ground loot is what the monsters just drop because you kill them and you have more quantity, then they drop more loot. But the base loot has been nerfed to such low degrees that, as you can see, even with 200 quant on the map, the monsters don't drop anything. So the only reason they are dropping stuff is because you're clicking altars. Where you kill a monster, it drops 2 chaos orbs, or when you click a strong box, it's gonna drop a divine orb sometimes. Or if you have an insane more multiplier on scarabs on T17, then you're gonna get a bunch of scarabs. These are tile loot strategies, or loot tiles. Here's some examples.
All this is tile loot. Legion is tile loot. Scare farm is more or less kind of like tile loot, because you just get a ton of increased scarab chance and it's guaranteed scarab drops. Containment's tile loot. Expeditions tile loot. Blight map farm. This is tile loot. A Blight Scarab and Currency farm. This is, once again, pretty much only raw.
That's the only raw loot on the ground. This is the Blight strat from last league, or, well, from a couple of leagues, I guess now.
Farm in the game. Map farm, Essence, tile loot. This Deli Orb farm, that is tile loot. Once again, the Deli Orb rewards down below. That is just pure tile loot. Harbinger, tile loot. Ultimatum, tile loot. Harvest, tile loot.
It's basically guaranteed rewarded loot. And then he's going to talk about King's March a bit.
King's March especially just heavily devalues all currency in the game.
Yep.
You know, when you go to King's March, it's both mappers and boats. Mappers, you get a ton of raw currency. You get divines really often. You can usually expect like 1 raw divine per 36 mappers doing tier 16 maps.
Yeah. So King's March, I've done a test in Settlers League, and not much has changed except they kind of squished the levels of the mappers from like 10 to 5, but everything basically outputs a very similar amount of stuff. I think mappers alone are about making 2 div per hour if they are like constantly running. So it's just like an AFK insane amount of currency pumped into the economy, devaluing everything else everywhere else basically. As long as you have gold, mappers are farming 2 div per hour all the time, which you can do gold rotas, you can get some gold, and then they're just gonna keep printing random divine drops, random Valdo puzzle box, random. Sometimes they can find a mirror, of course it's giga rare, but like all the random gumball that comes from mappers is like just constant currency. And then the shippers are like insane. You can do basically every week you can get like 200-300 divines from shippers. So I think overall King's March is like above 3-4 div per hour, just like running your King's March, which is just meppers and shippers like all the time.
If you're doing boats, all
or
these
farmers,
fictional
meppers,
codes,
and
you're just
shippers.
Guaranteed close to like.
Yeah, all can go to 8
60
mod,
to
doesn't matter.
100 plus raw divines in value because of mirror shards, which is insane.
Yeah, the mirror shards depends on when in the league, of course. Early in the league, mirrors are lower. Later in the league, mirrors are higher. So the mirror shards is the big fluctuation. Like early league, it's less. Later league, it could be 200 div. Early league, it's like 50, 100, 150 div.
You're gonna do that once
From
a
a
week. Or
once a week
smaller
shipment.
boats, like small 500k, the blue Xanath, you can expect a divine every couple of runs. Once again, though, that's just the valiant, ground loot. If you're getting raw divines from your mappers, raw divines from your boat, and this is like, every single day you log in, right? You can expect to have raw divines in your King's March. That means every raw divine you're dropping on the ground has less value, has less worth, and also feels less good, right? If you have 5 divines from King's March, and then you drop your first raw divine on the ground, that raw divine on the ground
feels weird.
doesn't feel as good. You already have 5 divines in your stash from King's March, this pure AFK mobile game mechanic. I really dislike, really hate this mechanic. It just devalues ground loot at pretty much no effort. Keeping up gold is, sure, at the start, the first few days can be an issue for a few players, but a week plus in, 5+ days in, you're not really strong on that gold. And if you still are, you just do 1 gold rotation and you're completely fine from there on out. King's March is a big reason why currency on the ground is devalued. Of course, that's not the reason why loot is bad, but it doesn't help whatsoever. Now, Genesis Tree, as we do know, it's going core. We don't know if it's being changed at all. We don't know if it's being nerfed. They haven't said anything, but it's going core.
God, I hate this tree. I don't know what it is about it. It's like, to me, this is even worse than King's March. Like the fact that I wish all this tree did was like increased your it was like a mini tree for breach, and they just made your breaches better. Instead, like your breaches will drop stuff that you have to like then bring here and then like cultivate your loot so that it drops out of this tree. It's like so cringe. I wish all of this just dropped in the breach in the map as you're killing monsters, like old school ARPG.
But Genesis Tree is the same issue. Genesis Tree just prints all these perfect triple tier 1 rare items, which makes picking up rares on the ground just not even worth it. Now, I will say rares are not really worth it at all to pick up past day 1 and day 2, but I feel like especially this league, Fresher League 3.27, in the currency of the game, it's really not even worth as you enter maps to show anything but rings or amulets like boots, chests, helm, weapons. Those aren't even worth showing anymore as you just enter maps. And picking up rare gear should be a core part of the ARPG experience, even if it doesn't last forever. Even just for like a day
just
or
for
two,
the first
right?
few days of the league.
Picking up random chests off the ground, random gloves off the ground, because you just get it from both Genesis Tree and King's March Gambling. So yeah, the Genesis Tree combined with King's March Gambling completely destroyed any meaning of rare.
Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of these comments in chat now. I like the tree, and that's because it's powerful. You like the tree because it just gives you free insane gear early on in the league, and yeah, no shit, of course. But I personally dislike that. I wish that loot came from killing monsters and doing the maps rather than going to this stupid tree and specking like, oh look, I got a free 6 link from the tree. Wow, like I don't know. I think that's cringe.
Whatsoever. You don't even bother picking up day 1 or day 2.
We can disagree on that. That's completely fine, of course.
Gear from your tree.
It's just my opinion.
This heavily devalues ground loot. Besides that, though, this still gives raw currency Genesis Tree. Gives a ton of uniques. I think the uniques is another big issue, and I hope it is looked at in 3.28. But yeah, this also heavily devalues uniques. You just get so many from the tree, which once again, that devalues the ground loot in the game. And then of course gambling, which I did talk with the Genesis Tree. No, I actually really like gambling. In 3.26 and 3.25, it felt very good as a gear progression mechanic, but gambling combined with the Genesis Tree, which makes rare gear on the ground irrelevant because gambling has like lucky rolls. So yeah, gambling is also an issue currently because it does combo with the Genesis Tree quite nicely. You pretty much just use it to fill out your slots. Now, more loot multipliers is another major issue of the game, and I do wish this does go. So more loot multipliers,
D17
familiar
stuff
with it. Maybe you play PoE 2, you're not really that familiar with PoE 1. But yeah, more loot multipliers is stuff like this. We have more scarabs, right? You can chaos roll, you can get more currency, more maps, more scarabs. You also get higher pack size, quant, and rarity, which I think are fine as rolls. But yeah, you get a ton of more multipliers, and this scales your map effect. This also chisels as well. These give 100% more currency and 100% more scarabs. And you can get maps with 400, 500, 600% more currency. And doing those maps.
I think these can be okay, but the way they are right now is like, I don't like it because I don't know how to fix this. I don't have any solutions for this, but like the chisels, I like the fact that there is chisels that come from a particular mechanic and then you can use them to do another thing. Like for example, like the chisels, right? Drop from doing Maven or Maven witness bosses. And that's cool. Except, you know where else they come from? They come from fucking King's March. So of course you just send your mappers and sometimes you get a bunch of scarab or chisels that should only come from Maven stuff, right? But no, it comes from the mobile game mechanic as well.
Part of the maps is a massive difference. And more multipliers, and one way or another, is a form of tile loot because you're targeting a specific type of loot, right? You're targeting loot that is more or less does fall into the line of tile loot because you are expected to get that type of loot. So yeah, multipliers are another big issue. Now I do want to explain why.
I think multipliers can be okay. Like I think this can be fine, but the T17 mods are still pretty annoying. They made them a lot better. The T17 mod pool has improved from like league to league pretty much, and now you have like an in between T16 and T17. The T16.5s they are really good. I think those are a really good addition to the end game.
To feel good though, and while I'm not a big fan of tile loot farms, so a big reason why I'm not a fan of tile loot farms is because you already know what you're gonna get, which makes it way less exciting. For example, if you do boxes, you know you are just gonna drop a raw to find, most likely, in almost every single containment map. Of course, not every single map does drop it, but it makes it way less exciting if you already know you are gonna get it. You go inside a map and you just know you're gonna raw to find back, it's way less exciting. And this is true for pretty much all tile loot farm. Once again, I'm not a hater.
Why is Reflect and other hard breaks still in the map mode? Reflect is not a hard break because there's a lot of tools in your disposal to fix it. You have many ways to solve for Reflect, so.
All tile loot farm, there's nothing wrong with, knowing
problem solving
what you are going to get back. Some people do like that. When every farm feels like that, it is an issue, right? I personally want to go inside a map and not know what I come out with. The reason why I really like Crimson Temple back in Trial of the Ancestor League 3.22 is because you didn't know what type of loot you were going to come out with. And the reason why it was one of the best farms ever, in my opinion, was because of that fact. You went into a Crimson Temple map and you could drop a Mage Blood, a Headhunter, Divine Orb, Apothecary card, 7 Years of Bad Luck, the Dragon card from Power card, or just raw Chaos Orbs. You could drop so much different type of loot, and it made that farm so fun because it wasn't tile loot and you weren't guaranteed anything. You went into the side of the map and you didn't know what you were going to get out of it. So that's personally the type of farm I prefer, and it's what this game really lacks right now. A lot of farms right now is just tile loot, which I just don't like that much. So let's go over some solutions and some stuff they can do, at least with my suggestions. So first things first, they have to heavily nerf or even remove King's March and Gentry. Personally, I wish King's March was removed. Gentry, they said, is going core, but yeah, this stuff needs to be nerfed. If this stuff stays in the game unnerved, it just completely destroys any value of the current ground loot we currently have. Makes your divines worth less because you get a lot of them from King's March. Makes any rare gear completely pointless to pick up from day one onwards. And I don't.
Yeah, I missed the times when they had basically added a new mechanic and then stuff came only from that mechanic, right? Like they added Delve and then fossils only came from Delve. And then they added some other mechanic, and then whatever that mechanic rewarded only came from that mechanic. And then they kind of went away from that, and then everything new they added rewarded you with everything else. Like eventually everything was showing up in ritual windows. Everything comes from King's March, which maybe it's nice for SSF when you like kind of need everything, but it takes away from like the kind of the specialized way of a trade league economy and like specializing in farming one particular thing or one type of thing. And like King's March came with like the tattoos and the runes. Actually no, tattoos came in Tota, but then Tota was removed, so like they added tattoos back to King's March. I wish King's March was more about getting those tattoos and maybe some random currency or maybe some, I don't know. I don't know what type of, but it's like everything comes from King's March at this point. Like you can gamble any item, you can get the new stuff, the tattoos, the runes, you can get any currency, even specialized, like you can get fossils, you can get essences, like literally everything, which is kind of weird.
Anything wrong when rare gear is divided off the ground. But day 1, day 2 progression, picking up rare gear should be a core part of the ARPG experience. I think there is something wrong when you don't even pick up rare gear in maps anymore. But stuff like the Genesis Tree, King's March, and Gambling is just so strong and completely removes any value in those ground rare loot. Another big change I think they should do is remove more multipliers, but in return they have to drastically buff the base quant and base monster quant to make up for it, and I do mean drastically. Don't just do like a base 10% more monster quant buff. It has to be a massive buff to base quant. This would be a really big change because it would make everyone at all map tiers have improved loot, whether they do tier 16, tier 17s, or even like yellow maps at the start of the league. Your loot would be improved with a change like this. I do think multipliers are just really bad for the game.
I disagree with Fob because he speaks from a position of a PoE millionaire. I don't have as much time to play as he is or any other streamer, and he wants my small additional passive income to be nerfed. What the fuck? Just why? I can't tell if it's rage bait or real. I'll respond if it's real, because your passive income is not only less, it's worth less in relation to someone who can do that passive income all the time 24/7, and you are getting less loot from when you actually play the game versus if they buffed base loot, then you would also be getting more base loot. Someone who has less time or way less time to play is not going to be able to run their King's March all the time. Someone who has a lot of the time to play, they not only have a lot of time to actively play, they also are going to run their King's March all the time. Full mappers all the time, shipping at maximum efficiency, either the Blue Xanthium or sending big shipments because their farmers are never down. A nerf to King's March hurts an active player more. An active player like Fobgun hurts them more than it hurts a person who can't run their town all the time. It's probably rage bait anyway.
Discussion on tier 17 multiplayer map rolling, which I won't get into, but I heavily dislike it. I do think removing it would be an overall net positive for the game. If return, they buff the base quant and base monster quant to make up for it. Another thing they had to do is a complete scare rework. This is also kind of like another discussion here.
Okay, anyway, we don't have to finish this. I think it's just reiterating a lot of the points. Scarab rework is probably coming, but yeah, a lot of the scarabs are kind of locked in. You have to like use these combinations. They moved away from like the old scarab system where you had like a unique scarab, a card scarab, and then some random filler scarabs where you like put in some extra mechanics. Now, if you want to farm Abyss, you put in only Abyss scarabs, or if you want to farm strongboxes, you put in only strongbox scarabs. So you're like, if you want to farm Harby, you put in 4 different Harby scarabs. Wasn't rage bait, thanks for opinion. Nice. Okay. Yeah, we'll see what they do with the scarabs. Okay, but now we're watching the calandrification of PoE next. Okay. This is from Snap. He is a good friend of mine. We play group play every league start together, basically. He is the brains behind all the POBs that we use as a party. We've been playing together for 5+ years, 6, 7, and he put together a really long, thought-out video about what happened to the ground loot situation in PoE, the thing that Popgun was just talking about. So we're watching that.
Picture this. You wake up one day in 2026 ready to play your favorite game, Path of Exile. You go straight to YouTube and type Fubgun Juicing Guide 2026. You follow his build and his advice to a T. Ready to farm, you enter the fortress map. You click on Scarab after Scarab, and then you wonder to yourself, why is 90% of my loot coming from barrels and strongboxes? Why aren't the...
This test. Again, I'm going to be pausing, okay, a lot. If you want to watch the video, it's going to be in the description. I did a test to find out how much loot the barrels drop on the Fortress map. Here are the results. Fortress map, Abomination map, Ziggurat, Sanctuary. Fortress dropped 56C, Abomination dropped 120, Ziggurat dropped 154. But the price... Okay, the barrel loot is plus 120. Holy shit. Helicopter. Bro, 120C came from the barrels in the fortress.
Of my loot coming
What
from
the
barrels and
fuck?
strong boxes? Why aren't the monsters dropping the loot instead? And why is the only thing I'm picking up scarabs? Well, there's a lot we need to go over to unpack that particular question. Today we'll be going on a journey that starts all the way back in Ultimatum League, brings us all the way to present day, detailing how exactly we got here. Because ground loot is a pretty hot topic in modern PoE. Today I'm proud to present to you the Calandrification of PoE. I really hope you enjoy.
God damn. Guys, they made Calandra League, the most iconic thing, the mirror of Calandra. And Calandra was this bird that you never even fought, and it was just an illusion. And they deleted all the loot from the ground in that league. Why?
Our story begins all the way back in Ultimatum League. For
That's
those of you
5
somewhat
years
new to
ago,
PoE,
guys.
This era of Path of Exile is extremely different than what you're familiar with today. Just imagine a PoE with no Atlas tree. Path of Exile Ultimatum releases in April 16th of 2021. Many people like to remember this league for how awful the league start was. Ultimatum hands down takes the #1 spot for the worst league launch ever in PoE in terms of server stability and login queue, etc. Anybody who played Ultimatum on League Start knows that it was a long and grueling 12-hour long campaign full of disconnects, login queues, and just overall instability. We were graciously reached out to by GGG and given a streamer priority queue, which in hindsight definitely was not the greatest idea. The whole community was understandably upset because of the server problems that were happening, and this definitely left the player base upset and on edge, ready to complain about any minor grievance they might encounter while playing the game. Our group ended up doing a little bit of exploiting here or there. We got banned. Oops. But that's not really the topic of this video. With the disastrous league start, the streamer queues, and just overall player dissatisfaction over those two issues, definitely wasn't a great time to introduce a league mechanic that favored extremely difficult content in the form of the Ultimatum Waves all or nothing reward system, and players took to Reddit to start to complain about the rare monster spam that existed in this mechanic. Any of the complaints were centered around there just being too many rares, the fights were just too hard to navigate because there were so many rares, so many monsters to keep track of, and it was just overall cluttered. Chris Wilson himself confirms this criticism in a Reddit post titled Some Thoughts from Chris, posted 5 years ago. Chris remarks, the encounters themselves didn't have great combat. They achieved challenge just by spamming a whole lot of rare monsters at you, and it was hard to follow what was going on. In Ultimatum League, the feedback was clear. There's just too much going on, there's too many rare monsters, it was just hard to follow the combat. GGG does what it does best. It takes that feedback, shelves it, comes back for the next league, and makes changes to their beloved game. That's the cyclic nature of the game. With Ultimatum in the rearview mirror, we will fast forward over to Scourge League. Scourge came out 6 months later after Ultimatum and featured scaling risk-reward mechanic, which incentivized you to have very powerful builds. During Scourge League, a popular strategy developed involving
Scourge
Alva,
was sick.
something we like to call Pocket Beyond. In PoE, these league mechanics used to have a historic bonus that affected all league mechanics, Alva being one of them. When you were killing monsters inside of that particular league mechanic, they would get a very, very large bonus applied to them. This bonus was introduced so that monsters were just generally worth killing when you were doing the mechanics, such as Abyss, or in this case, Alva. In order to make the league mechanics feel more powerful and potent, the multiplier that these monsters had on them was, you know, in the realm of like 1,000%, like 10 times more loot. This made it so monsters from those mechanics just generally felt more rewarding than other stuff on the map. And that reward
So basically, we were in the Pocket Beyond we were in the Alvas, and we had, oh my god, what were they called? They removed that mechanic, Navale. Prophecies, yes. We had prophecies in our inventory, and we were popping them inside the Alva, getting the Alva bonus on the mobs that we killed inside the Alva, coming from the prophecies, and then when we exited the Alva, all the loot that we have, you know, as you do Alvas nowadays, is the same thing. You kill stuff down there, and then the loot drops outside. These were like the loot explosions coming out of the Scourge Alvas.
And other stuff on the map. And that reward was so potent that people would actually bring in a prophecy called Hidden Reinforcements in order to generate extra monsters inside of the Alva. When you proc the prophecy, it would spawn a monster pack. You would kill the monster pack, and it would spawn beyond monsters. You'd then kill the beyond monsters, and they would all have that, you know, 10x bonus from the Alva applied to them. This strategy was one of the mainstays in the early MFing, and it really cemented Alva as like the premier mechanic for magic finding at this point.
Heavy
in time.
belt.
The huge focus on killing as many monsters as you can. Killing as many monsters generates a lot of beyond. Beyond generates a lot of loot. It had a very good cycle going for it. It was a very, very fun gameplay loop to a lot of players at this time. But it's important to take note of this specific historic bonus that existed in League mechanics like Alva. Because
Remember
this historic bonus would become the piece of controversy for leagues later down the line.
This is gonna be important. Make note of this.
We need to put a pause on that first because we need to talk about Arch Nemesis.
Oh god.
Arch Nemesis came after Scourge 3 months later in February 4th of 2022. Featured a new atlas, including the first iteration of Eater and Exarch, which were very, very cool bosses. It was also the first iteration of the PoE Atlas passive tree, which is beloved by many players to this day. So remember all that complaining that players did back in Ultimatum regarding rare monster spam and battle clutter? Well, GGG had a plan, and now it is time to finally reveal the rework that has been promised as a result of all of those complaints in Ultimatum, and that is clearly Arch Nemesis. It comes to PoE first as a league so that GGG can test the waters, make sure it's suitable for the core game. The idea is simple, right? What if we reduced the amount of rare monsters, but we gave rare monsters powerful modifiers that are memorable, and you're going to have these epic battles with those rare monsters and be rewarded for killing them. Sounds great on paper, right? This is also GGG's first implementation of what we call loot conversion modifiers, a system in which where you kill the monster and it would convert 100% of the item drops to a particular other type of item, such as currency, scarabs, or flasks. During the Arch Nemesis League itself, there wasn't a huge amount of focus put on the Arch Nemesis mechanic itself because the base game had so many changes to it with the new bosses and the Atlas passive tree. For many players, Arch Nemesis kind of came as an afterthought because of all of the other sweeping changes that came to the game. The player sentiment on Arch Nemesis was kind of lukewarm, stating that generally the mechanic was cool and rewarding, but a lot of the modifiers were generally unbalanced and very untested. A lot of modifiers would just make monsters extremely tanky or unkillable, and others just did way too much damage and just would one-shot hardcore characters.
Yeah. I think I had a character here. Is this a Ballista boy? Yeah, this Ballista was like, this character was like fucking blasting Ubers like in a second. Okay, so he just put in a kind of a tanky map, right? Like, reduce crit, life is extra ES. ES? Pretty tanky. Endurance charge on hit, sure. I was like Uber Maven, or I don't, there was no Uber, but I was like bossing and like, you know, insta-killing every boss. Like, this mob was running away.
Why are you running? Okay, I do
Look.
in the bubble.
Bro. Okay, yeah, he just runs away.
Fuck? It's a cage mob too. Dude, he's Frostmourne. He built a strand boss. What?
This video goes on for like 8 more minutes. It's like his health is not moving.
You know how much damage I have?
Oh, here. That's Maven?
You know how much damage I have?
Okay, good, I show it at least. Oh my god. Now look at this mob.
He built something worse than the strand boss. What?
That damage, that setup, fully set up damage there. And I barely got his ES down to half, and then it's healing back up. And it's also like killing me almost.
I don't think I can kill this. Wait, I'm getting through his ES.
No, it's regenerating. Anyway, that was Arch Nemesis, okay? I just remember this. Oh, and it killed me. Do we kill it in the end?
Yeets out, dude, when he's low. That's insane.
Oh, I think I got him stuck in a corner. Oh, shit.
He just regens back.
Oh.
Get him! What the fuck? Yes!
Cinema. Holy shit.
Yes! We got him!
4 years ago.
Oh my god.
Okay, so that was Arch Nemesis anyway.
and others just did way too much damage and just would one-shot hardcore characters. But once again, these problems were kind of overlooked because the base game had received such a fantastic expansion. It was really fine to overlook some of these issues that the Arch Nemesis mechanic had. Arch Nemesis comes to a close in May of 2022, and we are excited to see the next league, which is going to be Sentinel League. During the Sentinel reveal trailers, it was announced that GGG was going to fold Arch Nemesis into the core game, and players were apprehensive at best.
Wait.
We were promised that...
Oh, it's way later. Holy shit. Okay, Arch Nemesis was followed by Sentinel. God damn.
That a pass was done on all of the modifiers, and all of the problematic ones are going to be receiving balancing, so we were all willing to hold our breath while GGG cooks in the kitchen here.
Yeah, it's only half the problem. I agree.
Implementation of Arch Nemesis into rares had all of the modifiers of Arch Nemesis, but the same amount of rares that were there before. They also didn't really make the rares super rewarding as a result of adding these new and annoying modifiers to rares. And even though GGG did a balance patch on a lot of these modifiers, there were still some extremely unfun and problematic ones that would later be removed, such as periodic invulnerability.
That's not a good welcome sign for a new player. GGG, what is that?
In general, Sentinel League was full of complaints about rare monster power, as truly a lot of these were really underbaked and untested, unbalanced, and the rares that you were killing were not super rewarding to begin with. So now we just have harder monsters that are more annoying to fight, but without the rewards. Sentinel League in general was kind of the peak of magic finding in PoE, as we had Alva incursions at their strongest, historic League quantity bonuses still intact, crazy Sentinel quantity steroids that provided some of the most fun and crazy moments of magic finding in PoE history. The monsters themselves dropped loot, and you were incentivized to kill as many monsters as you could, and it wasn't just the single rare or unique monster loot pinata meta that we have today in 2026.
Old jewels. If you're new, jewels used to be way more common. Now jewels are really rare. Like you might run like 50 maps without finding a single jewel. You were finding jewels all the time, but there was a lot of useless ones. So looking at this screen is like, oh my god, that's a crazy amount of jewels. Only like one or none of these jewels are actually good. So the jewel system actually improved. There was so much old dog shit, useless jewels that nobody used. It's literally vendor trash, but you still had to mouse over because it's the same jewel base that, you know, on Natural Instincts or whatever, although the good jewels are, right? So yeah, the jewel system got a lot better.
Unique monster loot pinata meta that we have today in 2026. Every monster was valuable, and every mechanic was valuable, as they had inherent quantity and rarity bonuses. But little did we know this would be the last league we have those.
Uh-oh. Arch Nemesis rework, Harvest rework, Beyond rework. No, Lake of Kalandra.
So let's begin to unpack Kalandra, shall we? Sentinel was a pretty wild ride, and the rare monsters with the new modifiers are pretty overwhelming to the majority of the player base, and it made content generally very difficult, so we need to pull back a bit, right? If you're a GGG in this situation, maybe the best way to keep these powerful rare modifiers in the game is just to reduce the number of rare monsters overall and add even more modifiers to the rare monsters. This in theory will achieve two things, right? The rare encounters will feel harder and make you think about combat more, and when you kill the rare, you'll be sufficiently rewarded for your efforts.
That should drop that? Are you...
That sounds great on paper, right? So let's reduce the number of rares, give them more modifiers, and bring back the loot conversions that existed in the OG Arch Nemesis League implementation. GGG took this concept into internal testing and ran into a problem, however. When they were implementing those loot conversions, they noticed that sometimes monsters dropped way more loot than intended from the conversions. And upon doing some digging, they found the culprit, that hidden historic bonus which existed on League mechanics such as Abyss or Alva incursions. That historic bonus was taking those reward conversions, right? And applying that same maybe 10x multiplier to the conversions that were coming out. If you landed these conversion modifiers inside of an Alva, combined with the way the loot system works, you would most likely be generating hundreds upon hundreds of divines from a single monster loot conversion. And this is obviously unacceptable for the core game, right? We don't want to have people dropping hundreds of divines or whatever when they get lucky in an Alva. It's probably a little bit unhealthy. So the solution here is to, instead of not have the loot conversions in the game, we're going to just nerf the historic bonus that existed on all all league mechanics. And we're going to compensate the player by maybe, let's say, increasing the number of item drops globally by, let's say, 30% or so. And then now we can finally implement the Arch Nemesis loot conversions into the core game. These changes are the genesis of all of the issues that have been plaguing PoE's item drop system for years now. League mechanics were originally designed with this historic bonus in mind to make ground loot feel substantially better than just normal monsters in your map. It was the primary reason why these league mechanics were worth engaging with in the first place. These changes led to a litany of issues, mainly that Arch Nemesis monsters were extremely unbalanced and your main source of loot. And you were just fishing for those conversions to scarabs
Lottery
or currency
fishing
when they happened, because it would drop so much currency when you landed the lottery that it was really no point in doing anything else in the game. It also had a knock-on effect that ground loot that doesn't come from Arch Nemesis conversions is just completely destroyed.
Oh god, this is the loot for 6 people for a fully juiced map. As this was a fully juiced map that we could do in Calandra League. This is like what dropped for 6 people. Putting, you know, multiple exalts, I guess, exalt divines at the time, divines worth of resources into one map, and this is what you get.
And stock league mechanics that aren't juiced up by scarabs are now completely unrewarding when you're looking at it in the context of ground loot. These sweeping changes to league mechanic loot was not announced at all in the patch. And
that was a big issue.
obviously, it left players a little bit questionable about what the situation was. The disparity of loot was actually so bad, many people just thought there was a bug. Like, they just couldn't believe that there was this little stuff dropping in Calandra. There were other changes this patch which also led to a very, very large reduction in ground loot, mainly the absolute destruction of Beyond as a league mechanic. For any new school players, Beyond used to be the most powerful MFing or ground loot strategy, as it would just generate a ton of extra monsters for you to kill, a lot of unique monsters at that, and unique monsters used to have very, very high multipliers on them, so they were very, very sought after. This isn't a problem now, but the original rework of Beyond made it so that you could spawn a boss instantly after you just killed a couple monsters, which would turn off your Beyond. Obviously, that's not very good. The historic bonus, which existed on all of the Beyond monsters, was removed alongside all of the other mechanics that had their historic bonus removed as well. It now basically can't spawn unique monsters besides...
Oh bro, the 4 simulacrum splinters and kindling orb.
It's the one boss, which was another nerf, and it kind of went beyond...
Oh god.
As an absolute shadow of its former glory as a juicing mechanic. So players going into the Calandra League knew that, you know, a couple of these things were going to be nerfed, but we really did not know how bad it was going to be. We as League players, you know, started to level up our new characters on the League launch, and we heard some rumblings from standard players that the loot situation was very dire, but oh boy, we were not prepared. The Arch Nemesis changes being rolled into the core games, with the monsters being extremely overtuned and unbalanced, coupled with the insane reduction in loot coming from all mechanics, on top of the absolute destruction of Beyond, led to a flood of memes that will never be replicated in the PoE community.
It was all a fever dream. There's no hard mode. There was no quantity nerf.
And we can begin to also look at the double, triple, quadruple, and quintuple down that GGG did in regards to this situation. So the player base is extremely on edge at this point, right? They want
mostly negative.
There's been the biggest shadow nerf in the history of the game. We had some of the biggest crafting nerfs with the re-implementation of Harvest to trade.
Whoa, 1, 2, 3, fire damage!
And we had the destruction of Beyond as a league mechanic. The first thing to address is Arch Nemesis rares being too powerful. It doesn't really address some of the complaints that the community was having, and that a lot of these mods are underbaked and untested. And the only thing that we're going to get from them is just a reduction of life on Arch Nemesis rares that are coming out of Essences, Betrayal, and Red Beast, which wasn't really the problem a lot of players were experiencing, and it felt like a disconnect between the player base and GGG. The next complaint that players were having was about harvest crafting, and that it was just way too RNG to make the items you were having on your builds, right? It was just way too hard for a lot of players. And to address the feedback here, the answer we got was we're just going to be increasing the life force drop rates with no addressing of the community concerns about the crafts being just extremely RNG and less powerful than they were before. Lake of Calandra was getting some improvements, but I don't think many people were engaging with the lead mechanic to begin with. But maybe those changes would be good. Everybody was going to wait and see. And we finally arrive at the now infamous
Nice hat BTW. Hope you're doing good, kind sire.
Thanks.
this historic bonus removal. Chris writes, players report that general item drops feel a lot lower in this expansion. There are two changes we made in 3.19. The first is that the rate of encountering rare monsters from certain League content has been reduced, so you are fighting, killing, and receiving rewards from fewer monsters than before. This is partially offset by rare monsters in 3.19 now being more rewarding than they were before. The second reason is that we removed a massive historic bonus to item quantity and or rarity that applied to some League-specific monsters. We replaced it with a moderate 2 to 3x increase to item quantity to offset the fact that they often have more life than regular monsters and some cannot drop maps. It's once again worth reiterating that the player base had no idea of these changes at the time. They booted up the League, leveled up their character, was experiencing terrible ground loot, and this is the first time we had ever heard about these massive sweeping changes to the way that loot works in the game. This post was received with overwhelming negativity by the PoE community. How
is the most downvoted submission to Path of Exile subreddit ever. That is crazy.
Could such a massive sweeping change not be communicated in the patch notes to the player? It was, for all intents and purposes, one of the largest loot-related changes to have ever been implemented in the game, and it didn't even receive a passing patch note or anything of the sorts. And a frustration that the community had at the time was that there wasn't any willingness to try and make any changes in that regard. It was kind of just, here's what we did, and this is kind of how it's going to be. The massive historic bonus removal just came as a shock to the general community. It's just, how could they have done this, was the overall sentiment, as you can see from some of these Reddit comments from way back in the day. The next Reddit post to satiate the Reddit dumpster fire would come from Chris in the form of nerfing defensive arch nemesis modifiers, which honestly was a huge W for the community here. A lot of the modifiers were extremely annoying, underbaked, untested, as I keep saying over and over again here, and they ended up nerfing a ton of those modifiers, and these changes were met with much positivity because people really did not like some of these modifiers. With the community still absolutely enraged and the Reddit just on fire at this point, Chris would sit down and write a post to address much of the criticism that GGG is receiving as a result of a bunch of these changes in Kalandra. Let me preface these posts by saying I have the utmost respect for Chris Wilson. In the now infamous What Happened with Items Reddit post, Chris would detail exactly how these changes came about, how these changes affect item drops, and what we're going to be doing going forward. It is the most downvoted Reddit post in all of PoE history, but frankly, no matter what Chris said here, I don't think it could have satiated the absolute blind rage that the PoE community was blinded with at the time. In this post, Chris details a few of the philosophies that are guiding the changes that came about in Kalandra. Chris also detailed the rationalization behind removing the historic quantity and rarity bonuses that applied to League mechanics here. The critical line is here where he says, as described above, various valuable arch nemesis modifier conversion drops in a way that directly benefit from item rarity and item quantity bonuses. When we were balancing and testing this, we wondered why certain League monsters were dropping significantly more items than regular monsters. It turned out this was due to the item rarity or quantity bonuses that were historically applied to monsters to make Leagues feel rewarding. When combined with the new drop conversion system, these bonuses stacked exponentially and caused far too many rewards. So in line with Philosophy 3, they rebalanced the League monsters so that they were now about twice as rewarding as regular monsters and didn't have these existing bonuses. To be clear, the bonuses were inconsistent and arbitrary. For example, Yellow Beast dropped more items than Red Beast, Incursion monsters didn't have any increased quantity, just increased rarity, and Harvest monsters had both. This also touches on Beyond, saying that it is not okay for 15,000 unique items to drop in the same map. The new version is more reasonable, allowing up to one unique Beyond boss per map, which is honestly a gigantic nerf, but it was intentional, and we mentioned in the live stream it was reworked. Chris also expresses regret for not patch noting the item rarity and quantity rebalance changes, which is understandable. There's a lot of stuff that goes on. It's just so hard to catch all of these changes and patch note them properly. But here's where the controversial bits start in Chris's post. Chris said he also overstated the impact of the change when communicating about it in the What We Are Working On post. He said we removed a massive historic bonus, and this this caused the community to think the impact was larger than it was. The reason why I used the word massive was that the numbers sounded big and viewed in isolation, but are less impactful when viewed in context. For example, the rarity bonus that was removed from a red beast was 750%. This sounds big, but a 4-mod Arch Nemesis rare has a 41,000% bonus. Players have been saying we massively reduced drops, throwing out numbers like 90%, but in reality, a large difference could only occur in the most extreme situations involving Beyond Delirium and Incursion stacked with party, quantity, rarity, sextants, and scarabs, and a dedicated MF color. I think he might be singling us out here. Every other player is unaffected on average. For example, when playing Breach, the reduction in currency items found is around 7%. In 100% Delirium maps, the difference hits 17%. In Incursion and regular non-league content, you'll find 25% more. So you have to understand, the whole community is telling GGG that the loot is terrible. They've made a huge mistake. There's a massive amount of FOMO going on because of people culling rare monsters for 70, 100, 150 divine. And poor Chris makes a Reddit post, which is essentially like kind of gaslighting the community, saying that the loot is really fine.
It's only
The
10%.
tidbit about saying that there's X% of reduction of items was really what kind of rubbed the community the wrong way, so to speak, and why this particular post was so frowned upon and heavily downvoted at the time. On the topic of Kalandra, Chris would go on to make one last Reddit post about tool-assisted Pantheon mod farming, which did receive a bunch of community praise, and this would be the last Reddit post Chris Wilson would make for 4 years.
Such.
With Kalandra in the mirror, we need to take a look at the next league, which is going to be Sanctum, which started in December of 2020.
All right, are we back?
Kalandra incident. Sanctum fixed a few issues from Kalandra, mainly that loot conversions are now purely random, so there's no telegraphing of what is going to do with loot
Big W.
So now in theory...
So the problem was, people would know how to scout for these monsters with third-party tools, and you would know that, oh, this map has a... They were literally cheating. This map has a Giga Arch Nemesis modifier. Or people would go and scout out maps and find these monsters, if it's like Pantheon touched or whatever by some god. Then they would go to TFT or the global chat or some stream or something, and they're like, looking for MF color. I have a Giga Juiced mob. And then the MF color would come in, you kill the mob, and it drops 7 divines on the ground, and then you split the loot. And that was like the MF meta in the Lake of Kalandra, and that was probably the cringiest state of like MFing in this game, I think.
Every single rare monster you kill has an equal chance of, you know...
And now they made it so that you cannot scout for this, so that this can just happen anytime, which is better than that, but it's still, yeah, we'll see. It's gonna cause other issues.
Doing the loot conversion, this fixes the culling problem that existed in Kalandra. We had more nerfs to problematic Arch Nemesis modifiers as GGG continues to iterate and bring down the problematic Arch Nemesis modifiers. And on top of that, rares now spawn with less modifiers than before, so they're not as annoying to kill, and there's not as many problematic combinations for players. Ground loot is still in a dire state, but there's one singular mechanic holding up endgame magic finding or endgame mapping on stilts, and that is going to be enraged strongboxes. Post Kalandra, we are now in a landscape where, on average, league monsters are unrewarding, but there's one way to inject base quantity onto monsters, and that is enraged. You simply use the sextant for 600% base quantity on monsters in the strongboxes, and you add as many strongboxes as you humanly can to your map with the Atlas passives and scarabs. You choose a map with a good div card, and there's still ground loot. Hooray! Game's working great. Thumbs up. But the problem is that this is now the only way you can inject ground loot into your game. We're just holding up the end game on a single mechanic on stilts. We'll now fast forward to the trial of the Ancestors League, which...
Wait, where's the... Dude, Google is fucking magic. I'm looking for the meme where the entire bunch of things are like held up by one little thing. You know what I googled? I googled meme building holding up by one thing, and it's the second picture. This is what I was looking for. Jesus Christ! Thank you, Google. This is enraged strongboxes, 600 quant. This is what's holding up ground loot. However, they're about to nuke this. Okay, but there's gonna be another thing that's gonna become this. Listen.
came out in August of 2023. Here we get another pair of stilts to stand on when it comes to endgame farming and juicing. With the Ancestors patch, we got a new toy that is going to be the Speaker of the Dead Atlas Keystone passive. It makes it so tormented spirits in your maps can possess players for 20 seconds, and tormented spirits in your maps cannot possess monsters.